Hello.
That's not enough. That's too many words, Lupo. Surround is the longest word. There's a Happy Australia Day to you, Tanmux. There's a trivia club that I go to. Absolute fun. I highly recommend it for those of you that, have the opportunity to go and do some like IRL stuff. Go like if you are like in Australia, or I think they have this in the States as well. If there's like a pub, there's very likely going to be a there's very likely going to be like a trivia night, and different clubs have like different formats and what have you. Some of them are like, you know, they'll do a digital thing. Others will do a they'll do like this blah 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 blah. They'll do this they'll do like all kinds of like different sort of formats of like, you know, name the song, name who's like, name the film with these actors or actresses in them, and yada yada yada. He was just coming from playing House Flipper. What? The word you're looking for is Sonder with an E. Well, if you... Izzy coming in here last minute, coming in hot. Hi there, Izzy. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's do this again. Let's see how we do. So yeah, but anywhoosies, one of the questions that will pop up in the trivia game that in the club that I play is they'll have like a scrambled word or an anagram, and so like you have to try and figure out what the word is. Okay, it's not Gurdon. It's not the Odin spear thing. Oh, is it? Is it actually Gundyr? Or is it? Oh, now I am struggling on this one. Oh, ding. I'll put in ding at the very least. I know ding is a word. Oh. Cuz there is a 6-letter word there. Ah, Hawaiian got it. Nice work. Nice work. We're doing well on this one. Oh my god, is this the game? Like not even going into like the starting soon screen. We're just gonna be playing more of this. Grind, Durin, string, or I'm just throwing random words at this point. Oh, ring? Oh, wait, no, there is no E. Darn. We did fairly well. We did really well there. Look at that. Like 3 stars. Honestly, that was fucking good. Okay, hang on. Now comes the real question. Like, if I go over into the... Like, you know what we'll probably do? We'll actually, like, go and do the, Actually, I probably need to update my stream deck for this. I need to update the stream deck for this. I need to head over to play. Hi, everyone. And then I'll need to do a... and then not the BRB. Here we go. Put you into... Nah, damn it. Copy this, paste this in.
Did you see
it's not one of the core overlays. It's in main gaming. And it's the words on stream. So, words on stream gaming. All right, so if we... Yay! Okay. All right, so we can just keep playing this for a little minute while I All right, so continue. This was honestly good. He did a thing. I did a thing. So yeah, taxi. I see taxi at the very least. Axo. Okay, it's not axolotl, or is it actually? Axolot. Actually, is it axolot? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually, I entered it too soon, so. Axilto. Axillo. Tail. That works. What's an axle with an I? Actually, good question, because I'm thinking of axle with an E. Oh, 12 was a good one. Axel. I'm trying all the big... Oh, they're all 4-letter words, and then there's suddenly a 6-letter word. Ellet talks. Tally is a word? I thought Tally was like a Mass Effect name. Oh, okay. That looks like... That's bullshit. Oxtail? What the fuck is this? That is some bookkeeping beekeeper nonsense there. Why is there a word that's 2 words smashed together? Oh, that's ridiculous. All right, so we gone it real fast. That was really good. But yeah, hi everyone. Happy Monday. If you're in Australia, happy Australia Day and what have you. Blame me for watching Lingo, the game show from the early 2000s. Honestly, that's probably a really good way. Hey man, it's your native language. The rest of us had to learn it at the point of death. Yeah, but this... Oof. Oh, wow. Damn, that was real fast. Oh, Cole. Cope. Yeah, cope is a word. Cole is a name, not a word. There was tally in there earlier. That was seen as a word rather than a name, which, you know, got me a little annoyed. So, but yeah, we're getting into this. I'm so glad that after trying my best to get this darn game going at like the start and what have you, that it's now paying dividends in a way. Clips. All right, so it's gonna be... Oh, epic. Oh, someone already wrote epic. I'm an idiot. Epic, lice, I'm gonna be annoyed if lipe is a word. Nope, lipe is not a word. Cool. I'm like, what is that random spot supposed to be? Like, we already got clip, we already got clop, we got coil, we got cope, we got epic, we got lice. But something between lice and lope. Like, what the fuck is supposed to go between lice and lope? Sometimes I wish this game would show you, like, at the end of, like, Family Feud and such like that, would be like, ah, yes, and the other options on the board would have been da-da-da-da-da-da. But yeah, awesome work. Vin's doing some fucking numbers. Do we want to do one more, or do we want to just go into, like, a little bit of, like, proper chatting and communicating with chat? Do we want one more, or do we want to go into chatting for a little bit? I see one more. I see one more from Vince. Let's go one more. Let's go one more. We got up to level 6. Let's see if we can go even further. All right. We'll do one more. Take care, one of the letters is fake. Oh. Okay, so I can see room. All three of us were like, room, bam. Moth. That's interesting. So M might so one of the letters from Tanmux's thing didn't go through. Interesting. So that means the fake letter is most likely the H. So you have to come up with words that do not use the letter H. So worm, rotor. Yeah, see? H. H is like the fake word. Ooh, damn it. Oh, we already did all the 5-letter words. I was an idiot. I was like, oh, Tor. Hi there, Mirio. Welcome to the stream. We're not going into Crash Bandicoot thingamadiggies. Yeah, water. That could have been a word. You never know. All right. So anything after root and before worm. So QRST. Okay. So we have T words we can use. Tour. Torm. Tom? Damn, I am really curious what fucking words would have popped up there. That was pretty good. This is a very fortunate day. That's honestly fucking awesome. All right. I'm gonna hide this thingy-majiggy, so then that way, actually, hang on a second. Ding. Dong, habam, habong. There we go. I'm gonna hide that just so then that way, because we'll probably go back to it. We'll probably go back to it like when it gets into when we get into like, you know, sort of an like a break moment for me or something like that, where it's like, oh, I need to take a quick break to go to the bathroom or something like that, and then during that time we'll also have a the thingy-majiggy going off, because ideally advertisement will go off, and like, sure, the stream goes up into the top right, but what I will probably do is I'll show the thingy-majiggy, and then blah 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 blah. All those years sitting in front of the TV watching Lingo and Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. Awesome work, honestly, Vince. That was actually like proper clutch. That actually was very amazing, and I appreciate the the hustle you were able to do. It was really good. I really appreciate it. So yeah, cause like I'm gonna be a little frank with you. Like this is gonna be some very serious topic before we go into like streaming the Crash Bandicoots and what have you, because it's Australia Day today, which means that it was a public holiday here in Australia. So during a public holiday, no one's really working is what's going on. Also, I need to double check and make sure that I don't have... Yep, cool, thingamadiggy is limited, so I'm not having any, like, major speed... Ideally, I won't have any major speed issues going off or anything like that. But any whoosies. So, I'm still looking for a new place to live and what have you, and... Sorry, I almost thought that was a notification off on my phone. But no, I'm still looking for a new place to live. Also, was my face, like, not front and center? Hang on a second. Boom, there we go. All right, so yeah, so I'm looking for, like, a new place to live and what have you. So, like, that has, like, been, like, constantly on my mind, like, ever since I got back from the holidays back at the beginning of this year. And... During like Thursday and during Friday, like, I got hit with like unsuccessful on like, the first thingamadiggy. Is Australia Day like Labor Day or something? Australia Day is observed on January the 26th, because that was a day, I can't remember if it was Captain Cook like dropping in on land or something like that. You're American, you're not familiar with Australia Day. Australia Day is meant to be sort of like a it's supposed to be like a public holiday observing I think technically speaking, like the reason for January 26th was for like the discovery of Australia. So it's like a Christopher Columbus Day is what it is. Because unfortunately, when it came about to Australia didn't have a day where it marks our federation and split from Britain. Okay, so that one is not entirely true, because technically speaking, the Federation was actually, because I know this little factoid, Federation in Australia started January 1st, 1901. Australia did like a proper thingy-majiggy with the UK government of yes, as we are a nation that is far removed from the comings and goings of Parliament up there, we feel like that we can manage ourselves here if under your leadership we do the thingy-majiggy and get ourselves a parliament and representatives, and so long as you have a governor general that, with the powers of the queen or, whoever is controlling of the monarchy at the time allows us to, govern and what have you, then we'd like that. UK looks at the form and goes, yep, sounds good. Welcome to being a federation, January 1st. And so, January 1st, 1901, they became Australia. Proper federated with, federal state governments and what have you. It started on the 1st. The day of the 26th was chosen because of the Cook Landing. Yeah, exactly. So the Cook Landing is very much like, the American equivalent would be, Christopher Columbus Day, where it's like, oh, that was the day that Christopher Columbus landed, in America and what have you, despite the fact that, it wasn't really a discovery of America because, much like in Australia, there was a native population, and some people got very, very upsetties that there were already people living on the land, but they were trying to be, real funky of being like, yes, but do you own the land? And then, the natives on the land are like, who owns land? That's a very archaic way of dealing with nature and all of its splendor, as we are merely residents, just like the trees and the horses, in which case anyone from Britain was just sort of like, cool, free land, and then shit hit the fan for 250 years, and we're slowly recovering. Or just, catching along. Also, hi there, Omega. Welcome, welcome. Sup? Hope you and chat are doing well, Grant. Hi there, Slag. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, so sorry for giving you all that backstory about Australia Day and explaining it, but basically, it was a public holiday today, and I did not hear anything from any of my rental applications, that I submitted last Wednesday. So it's now been Thursday, Friday, it's now been 5 days since I sent in a large number of my applications. 2 of them I've not heard back from. I've applied for 2 or 3 more things back on Friday and Saturday and haven't heard back from them either. So GrantZeebs is in a bit of a nervous panic and such like that. That sounds like Columbus in a way, because I remember from Adam Ruins Everything, he said Columbus was crazy. Columbus was crazy. Anyone, traveling halfway across the world with no navigation and shit like that is crazy. Although Christopher Columbus, from what I heard from that Adam Ruins Everything episode, was also crazy, because he thought because even though everyone was very much aware that the Earth was round, and, the thing was anyone that was doing the shipping and shit like that was like, yeah, we're just demonstrating that the Earth is round. We just establishing it over and over again because it's really fun to do it for the name of science, because science will let us do it. He was like, yes, it's more pear-shaped than that. And he was trying to get to India via another trade because the Spanish. Some people believe that the Earth is flat like a cookie, which is absolutely ridiculous, because if you've ever seen a cookie, that cookie is not flat. There's a bit of a dome to the cookie. The cookie has all these kinds of bumps and things. The cookie isn't flat at all. But yeah, so there is just the stress and anxiety. Also, hi there, Unnamed. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for viewing my persona and thinking of me as someone that is just so straight, turns gay, and then back to straight again, that I end up as the one token straight friend in the club who's just sitting at the bar with all the gays, and it's just sort of Where are the women at? Hi. Hopefully you're doing alright. Thank you so much for reviewing the Persona and reviewing all the other peeps. How's it? You doing good? Hope it's going well. TFF is in your future after all. TFF is in my future. Because despite everything that's going on, I can't exactly get my tickets refunded. And I am kind of half hoping that because I'm going into, like, you know, a very Republican state like Texas, that it isn't going to be crazier than normal. Ugh, excuse me. That's kind of like my weird headspace of it, is that, you know, I'm not going into like a hot spot. Although, to be fair with you, like, you know, Ted Cruz is just, you know, fucking skedaddling on a vacation when disaster hits, so if Ted Cruz goes on holidays when March comes around, then I know something's gonna be up. How's it going on your side? Is Ted Cruz still on vacation, or has he come back and everything's okay? Grant is not gay? The audacity. Yes, I am not gay. It's honestly fucking crazy, isn't it? You're in North Carolina, thank goodness nothing too bad is happening over here. Yeah. So, cause like, my mom means well. Like, my mom, she means well, but the minute she heard that I would probably be, like, going to the States, I don't follow Ted Cruz in a shittery. Cool. Awesome. But yeah, my mom means well, but the minute she heard that it was like, oh, I'm gonna be, you know, gonna hang out with some friends in Texas in March, she's like, Grant, what are you doing? Are you nuts? They're deporting Australians! You're gonna be detained! You're gonna be stuck in the United States for months! They're gonna check your phone! And it's just sort of like... Like, I guess, but... You know, Australian government has not done any updates on their travel... Ugh. My fingies are doing a thing. Thingies are doing a weird thingy. But yeah, like, the Australian, like, government, like, their travel department has not updated the United States travel. They've kept it at the same level, which is, yes, it is fine traveling to the United States. You just need to, like, be aware of any sort of, like, customs and you know, proclivities on the United States side. Which essentially just means, hey, Australians, don't start shit in bars. Hey, Australians, be respectful. So, and then, you know, humorously, don't get shot. That's essentially what the Australian government has said about the United States. And what's more is I'm pretty sure Australia even got invited into the United States' weird, like, not NATO peace alliance or something like that. We're gonna start a street fight with the ghost of JFK. It's just gonna be a whole pack of furries versus the Kennedy political family, and we're all just gonna be like, you know, getting ready to fucking shake down. Fiona Murray is just gonna hit the starting line as he beats up fucking Jackie Kennedy. Is Jackie Kennedy still alive, or is she dead by this point? I think she's dead by this point. You can take down Ted Kennedy. We're also gonna start a fight with Obama. So, who the fuck is that, Vince? I know, like, despite this accent, I'm not, like, 100% American, but there are... Ooh, excuse me. There are some aspects that I feel like I would be. Oh, shit. Hang on. Dang. Dong. What? Obama versus... Okay, this is, Soda, referring to a clip speech by Joe Minnesota. Oh my god. Fucking crazy. Cool. Hi! Izzy's here. Izzy's here to fact check me in case I ever say something incorrect. Thanks for telling Z to get a gut. My ultimate plan is to make him fat is coming to fruition. Wait, what? Grant doesn't know the Obama soda meme? Nah.
Okay, that's it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
I need, like... Was this when you were, like, reviewing Personas on your stream, Unnamed? For those of you that were not aware, Unnamed does their own streams as well. You know, and this morning in my time / afternoon, they were doing like a review of, like, everyone's different personas. For someone who goes on trivia nights, you're very incorrect on a lot of esoteric facts. I don't go on trivia nights by myself, okay? There's a whole team of us, all right? It's a team effort. And I'm good some of the times, all right? I'm just not really great at the American stuff. I'm a little bit better on some of the rant. It's like I have an approximate knowledge of a lot of things. Who knows where I'm going to be correct? I can only imagine Grant going on Jeopardy and failing every question and being in the negative. Ah. No confidence in me, Vince. No confidence in me whatsoever, and my skills of doing the thing. Sorry, I'm just resizing things. Doing the Jeopardies and the what's some whoosies. Hi there, Yinception. Welcome. I can only... Oh no, I already read that. Unnamed. I don't stream. What? You stream? You do a lot of streaming. How to outsmart the Himbo Zebra for $1,000? Okay, I'm not saying you can't outsmart me. Like, here's the thing, is that, like, sure, I go to trivia, but what you need to take into account is that I'm going into a trivia team where I'm the dumbest person there, okay? I'm there, I am like the comedy relief. I am the Chandler Bing of the group. Man, I miss Chandler Bing. Such good stuff. Yeah. Also, hi Blue. How goes your Animal Crossings and what have you? I know you did art in the previous stream and you were drawing all that kind of stuff. Highly doubt you're the dumbest bumbest. Bumbest. Chat. Bumbest. Pork. Damn it, Unname's hitting me with the fucking rip to Matthew Perry. What a way to go. Yep. I had my glasses off. Give me a break. Bumbest. Sorry, I'm just having a really good Himbo confused between Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing. You were doing village management and shit like that, okay? I thought you were excuse me for getting one of the two wrong. Didn't realize you were gonna fact check me on this one. Goes into a trivia competition. Everyone else. That man clearly more homeless than any of us. Ouch! Ah! Inception. That hits me. Clearly more homeless than any of us. I am like 15 days away from homeless. Like, that is the crazy thing. I am 15 days from homeless. That is gonna hurt. He said bumbest. No, I didn't say bumbest. Hang on. Unpin the message. There we go. I just wanted to show off that message for a little bit. Bumbest. You was running a farm. Okay. I bet you can run a farm in Stardew Valley as well. Oh, not Stardew Valley. That's the one you were talking about. Animal Crossing. That's it. I will take misheard knowledge for 200. The Bernstein Bears. Ah, I'm sorry. We were looking for the Bearstein Bears. Actually, is it Bernstein or Bearstein? Which one is it? Because it's like the Mandela effect. That's it. Like, Bear. Is it Bearstein? Gosh, hang on. Let me open up Opera GX again. Let's do a check of this shit. Berenstein. It's a children's and continued by their son. The Berenstain. And then the cancel feature film. No, name discrepancy. As the Berenstein Bears. This confused created multiple expressions of the memory. Amanda. Berenstain. Confusion has existed since his father's childhood. Told him there was no such name as Berenstain. And that it was Berenstein. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Bear. You prefer Bloodstain? Those who no. What do you? I'm not one of those people that no. I don't know what I don't know. Anywho's, let me move some tabs around and such like that, because I've said my piece. Zeebs is being like, you know, stressing the fuck out over like, you know, finding a place to live and all that kind of nonsense. He's got like a little over 2 weeks to go, but he still doesn't know where he's gonna live. There is a non-zero chance that this might honestly be like my last stream, because either I'm gonna figure out where I'm living in the next couple of days, in which case it's like, yeah, I can kind of like, you know, maybe you shouldn't be streaming at the moment. I've already done my applications. I've already, like, here's the thing, Izzy, is like, it is 6 o'clock right now. I've already put in my applications to the different places that I can go to. I've got inspections at like 1 p.m. tomorrow, 4:30. I've got like a few more places, and what's more, there's nothing else to do. Yeah, there's like nothing else to do in this hour and what have you. So it's one of those cases where it's just, you know, gonna be take the tension out on Crash Bandicoot 2. That is correct. We are going to be going into the Crash Bandicoot. Let me do the fun thing. Let me do the transition into the Crash Bandicoot 2! It wasn't the smoothest, but, you know, it was close. Hopefully people will appreciate the work that I do. Alright. But yeah, there's only so much I can do, and I'm currently in that stage of like, you know, fuck around and find out, where I don't really have a lot of, like, with the applications that I have currently, I'm just sort of sitting here, just sort of being like, yes. No one's working on the Sunday. And then we get to Australia Day. Yes. No one's working on a public holiday. So, like, it's been one of those very, very annoying things where, getting down to the wire, and a part of me, oh, hey, we get a cutscene. Nice! Just immediately picking up from the first crash. Nice. Jesus Christ, how strong is your head?
Of course. No!
1 year later.
But Dr. Cortex, to reach full power, we need not only your master crystal, but also the remaining 25 slave crystals from the surface. How do you expect to retrieve them when we don't have any Earthbound operatives left?
You fool! Do you think I'm unaware of the situation? If we don't have any friends left on the surface, then we'll need to find an enemy.
Crash! 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 My battery is fried. Make yourself useful, big brother, and bring an extra battery for me.
Nice. Okay, cool. We actually get, like, something at the start. Getting back into the groove of things. Is that how they sound? Oh! That's cool! Nice. I didn't know I could do that. Imagine putting together a space program that also includes building a space station in a year's time. You're hard out. Well, here's the thing, is that
Well,
fantasy.
Well. If it isn't Crash Bandicoot, welcome. I apologize for the crude means used to bring you here. but I'd rather expect a written invitation would have been turned down. I need your help.
What?
Surrounding you are a series of 5 doors. Through each door lies a well-hidden crystal. The crystals look like this. Bring me the crystals, Crash. That is all I will say for now. We will speak again.
This is that is a very simple premise. It's just like, all right, Turtle Woods. Let's just go for the first one. There's a way to piss off Cortex by not doing things for him, I imagine. Oh, hello. There we go. And then... Ah! There we go. Knowing my luck, there would be a piranhas in there or something. It's called being on the spectrum? Oh, yeah, me. Ah, damn it. Nice. Ah, okay, so I couldn't... Can I jump him? Nice. Nice. So far, so good. Hi there, Gothic! Goth is cool. After 10 times keeping on back, keeps on back and gets real pissed off. After 10 times, keeps on... Wait, what? I don't fully understand. Okay. There's a lot of crazy camera angles. Hey, there's a crystal. Alright, so I'm guessing the next hole I have to go through will have like 5 moles I have to deal with. Oh wow, I've missed a lot of boxes. Yeah, this is a nice distraction. Not getting the crystal pisses him off. I find it very hilarious. Oh, so like... There we go.
Well done, Crash. I knew I could rely on you. Now listen.
Most likely missed a side stage, but thankfully I'm not one of those like completionist
During the course
streamers.
of my intellectual pursuits, I have
Also, I
stumbled
missed some
across a
messages.
force that threatens to destroy the world. Crystals are the only means of containing it.
Keep my head in the books and slightly
The
goofy
fate of
TV.
the
So I don't
world
know
is at
about
stake.
Maybe you shouldn't be
It is
streaming.
imperative,
Nope,
therefore,
already talked
that
about
you
that.
bring them
Might as well take your
to
stations
me.
down to Crash Bandicoot 2. Yep, that's what I'm doing. 6 head, cushion to crash. Imagine putting together a space program. Being Crash works well enough, I feel. Nice, nice. You get the PS trophy for pissing him off. So, like... Oh, there's nothing here. So if I, like, keep going... So if I like go in here and then like avoid the crystal or something like that, or go back, wait, hang. So it's like, so I'm here, and then if I click start, and then I go quit, it sends me back into the warp room. Oh, okay, so it has to be a, alright, well, let's see how we do with timing on this one, actually. Hang on. Alright, here we go. Damn it. Alright, well. I'm not one of those completionists. I ain't. You know that Sony is killing PS4 soon? To be fair, like I feel like they should have done that a lot. Like ever since the PlayStation 5 has been out, I feel like they should have probably like I thought they were doing that like maybe like a year after the PlayStation 5 was out and they then released the Pro. So it's kind of funny that it's just like, oh, they're killing it now. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Welcome, welcome. Okay, this is going to be interesting. There we go. Oh. Ah! I wanted the box. How am I doing? You know, avoiding stress and anxieties as I wait for, like, you know, applications from rental properties to coming in and what have you. So, you know, the normal, like, usual. Alrighty, so. There we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on, I was already... He mooned me, what the fuck? Hey, so Vince did the cake cam, okay? Alright, maybe I should avoid the TNT for now. There we go. Ooh.
Oh, thank you for the hyper himbo, Omega. I greatly appreciate it. There we go. Oh shit! I pressed 0 instead. Oh, it's gorgeous now. Just absolute fucking massive and no shirt on. Oh, I forgot to put on my Crash Bandicoot shirt. Okay, when I get my shirt back, I need to put on the Crash Bandicoot shirt. Oh, what the hell? Go. Oh, that was just lucky. Oh, okay, here we go. So we need to do this. Alright, we need to do this carefully. Also, I just realized this slide is just go. There we are. Did it! Oh, okay, right now we're in a new stage. This is interesting. Normally when they do this, like this is like normally a level where they're like, oh, let's just be 100% on the side, or what have you. Oh! The audacity! I thought if I need to get the practice of the slide in. Oh. Imagine if Crash bulked onto Gorilla Kongs. Well, that's how we got, like, isn't there like another Bandicoot, like, from the Wrath of Cortex? I distinctly remember a Bandicoot from the Wrath of Cortex that was like called Crunch or something like that. You know what? Fuck it. Nice. Oh, okay. I thought I had to... Oh, also, Alright, R10 done there. There we go. Crunch. Yeah, Crunch. That's his name. Go. And then we swap from one kind of stage to another. That was fun. Oh, the temptation, but nah. I'm an idiot. Tiny and Koala Kong should be boyfriends. Oh, come on. So here for that shit.
Hello!
Hello, Goldie again. You were here earlier, weren't you? I thought you were. Jump. What happened to your voice? Oh, because I got hyper himboed, it, you know, drops it in octaves and what have you. Also, I'm getting a call from my dad. Hang on a second. So that was my dad. Yeah, I'm not gonna be ducking calls from family or anything like that. I'm sorry to say, chat. Like, as much as I appreciate the viewers that are here right now and what have you, gonna be real with you. You don't pay the bills, and family is being very, very supportful with me as I get closer and closer into the Oh, let's have a look. Oh, there's no. Yeah, there's nothing we can use the Q in, is there? Um. Sire. Oh, Tars is a good one, actually. Tis? Sits! There we go, I got something. Oh, but I don't know if we're gonna get it at this round, unfortunately. But yeah, no, I got a call from my dad. He was like, "Are you busy?" And it's like, I don't know. So yeah, I don't, like, unless it's like, you know, dink. There we go. Unfortunately, game over on that one, which is a shame. So sorry, so sorry. But yeah, the,
Alright, no longer in, like, hyper himbo mode right now. Let's see. So, general rankings, Vince helping us the most, Eating Hawaiian coming in second, Tan Mux, me in fifth, Izzy right behind. But yeah, like, Dad just wanted to make sure and see how I was doing, because, you know, was stressed, like, because I had a phone call with, like, my sister and my mom yesterday, and I could not, for the life of me, you know, just hide my anxious, like, you know, demeanor or anything like that with them. Like, I was just quite honestly, like, just was not appreciating the silence that I was getting from, like, real estate agents and all this kind of nonsense. So, like, with Mom being like, oh, we should try and arrange, like, something with family, like, in, like, the end of January, start of February, and it's like, I don't exist, but I shall take my fourth with pride. Fourth. Wait, hang on. Is it fourth? Where is it? Yay, fourth. 45 stars. I am 1 star away from you, though, which I am 1 star away. I might best you one day. Although, hey, look at that. You got second. You got second in the rankings, though, on level 12. next time we get into like a pause moment or something like that, we'll do something. We'll do another one of those words on stream. I dare you to take fourth from me. All right. The next time we do this words on stream thing, I'm gonna be ready. I got glasses. I'm gonna be wearing these. I'm gonna be thinking of all the cool things. Oh my god, look at his swagger when he walks. Oop, there we go. Alright, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so it's just class. So yeah, classic level. Ooh, a jet ski! Nice. Oh, we got only a minute? Oh god. Okay. That was risky as fuck, but I did it. Oh, there's a time limit overall in this level. Okay, that's not great. I didn't realize that was a thing in this. Don't lose your glasses like Velma. No. I won't be like Velma and Scooby-Doo when I lose my glasses, where it's like, my glasses, I can't be seen without my glasses. I'm gonna be more like Johnny Bravo, where it's gonna be like, my glasses, I can't be seen without my glasses. Alright, so that's the demonstration of the slide. 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, these are easier. Although I feel like maybe this game is doing, like, you know, tiered progression this time, rather than, like, giving you some real fucking bullshit levels early on in the career. My glasses. I can't be seen without my glasses. Oh, that's gonna be stuck in my head for a hot minute. Oh, come... What did Vince write? Hang on, that's a lot of words. Torx while trying to find his glasses. Ooh, the temptation to... Actually, let's see what happens when I skip it. I'm gonna see what happens when I skip the crystal. Go. 34 out of 74. Yeah, I'm not gonna get any boxes from like the start thingamadiggies. Back from ads, 30 seconds was all I got. That's alright. Alright. So we save that. But he hasn't said anything is the thing, like... I have to do that 10 times? Is that it? I have to do it 10 times in order for him to, like, actually say anything? No, if you go back to the same level twice, you'll get mad you didn't get the... Oh, okay, so I only need to do it twice in the one level. Alright. So we'll do it a second time. It'll be even funnier the second time. Why there's a clock in the bottom right. Oh, the timer was for the crystal. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I think you can only get it if you didn't get the first crystal from the first level. Well, I got that gem. Yeah. Ah. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
So, you are helping Cortex gather crystals. Yet, you have acquired a gem. Interesting. Well, Crash, know this. As long as you are allied with Cortex, you are my sworn enemy, and I will do anything in my power to stop you. If the fate of the world is truly your concern, you must gather the gems, not the crystals. If you obtain all 42 gems,
42?
Focus a laser! Yes, a laser beam that will destroy Cortex and the space station he has created. Until then, I must use my forces.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to change my shirt. Ta-da! I got a cool Crash Bandicoot shirt. I have all kinds of shirts. I have a shirt for like every kind of franchise and like just funny little thingy-majiggies, such as like, you know, Metal Gear Solid, Fat Wolfs Get Massiver, Don't Care, plus boobs bounce when I walk. I have all kinds of different shirts. It's great. All right, let me go back and get the crystal properly this time. Go. Oh, I need a... So the hippos are not an enemy, so I have to actually jump on them. The only works if you get the first... If you don't get the first crystal in the first level. Ah, okay. Shame. Annoying that it has to play out like that. Go. Well, got the crystal anyway. 22 of 74. I do not know where they think I'm gonna get these other crystals. But yeah, you know, I'm having I don't know if it's just because these are the opening levels, but these are not as like stressful to go through.
3 crystals. Not bad. I see you are getting the hang of it. I need to conserve power. I will communicate with you again after you retrieve the 5th crystal.
The pits! Alright, here we go.
What have we got?
Ah. Ah, okay, so it doesn't like... Bet you got nice pits. That is a euphemism. I don't know. What are nice pits? Like, I'm gonna be real with you. That's not like... Oh, god damn it, this thing. Alright, so... I just have to classically jump over. And I can't, like... I can't just, you know... I can't, like, you know, do a jumping forward because, yeah, it doesn't do it. He doesn't clear enough. Alright, so... Heal. And still didn't jump early enough for all of that, so... Because I can't spin him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, because these... Unless... No. I think he's too low for me to be able to even do a, what's-a-mahoozy, a crouch. So... Alright, well, I can do that. Yeah, he's very trigger happy, the bird. So I gotta be very mindful of, like... That's just fun to do. Alright, here we go, here we go. Yep, cool. So I can just push you out of the way like so. Damn it! Alright. I was hoping to keep Cortex for longer than that! Okay. You, and then... avoid you. Get our check. Ah, here comes the gopher stuff. That actually worked out fairly well. Nice. Bonus time. Nice. All right, so that's how it works. Oh. Oh boy. Let's try that again. I can do this, I can do this. I still haven't gotten, like, oh Jesus Christ, the thumbstick is not perfect. I don't know, like, there's a part of me that just feels like the thumbstick isn't, like, going, like, it isn't sensitive. I feel like there's, like, a lot of dead. Yoink. There we go. Nice. And then... oh boy. That's not good. Yeah, nah, wasn't gonna be able to... if Grant was in this game, he'd be too big to jump. That is true. I'd be like Koala Kong or like any of the other big characters where you wouldn't have me like doing like, you know, jumps. I would just be doing big throws. Darn it. Alright, well, good news is it puts me back at the bonus point instead of anywhere else, so... Oh, I wonder, are they spawning in, like, the same place as always? Possible. Oh my god, almost died to that one again. 21 of 53. Yep, cool, cool, cool. Dun, 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 dun. You're not as vain as Koala Kong. Oh, I could be absolutely vain. Have you not seen my fur affinity? Like, the amount of commissioned artwork I have? Hey! That's my shirt, Sir Dragon! I need it! Fuck! Why? Man, furries without nipples are just too powerful. They get to just go around shirtless like Crash over here. Oh my god, is this the... Alright, here we go. I love how it's like, hey, remember to slide, which means that there's going to be parts of this level... Oh. There's gonna be parts of this level that's just gonna decide to be like, oh, hey, you need to... Ah! Oh, shit. Awesome, thank you. Get the checkpoint. Why is it telling me about the slide? We haven't had to use it yet. I'm worried now that it's reminding me to slide, and we haven't yet gotten to a point where it's like a necessity. There's been a lot of oh, Jesus Christ. Yep. Running, keep running. Alright. Bonus time! But yeah, I don't have a cool voice for when I am, you know, for when I'm de-himboed. I probably could do something like making it so that, like maybe having like a high-pitched voice might be it? Oh, shit. Yeah, wasn't gonna survive that. I need to actually make that jump to the, Oh, interesting. The D-pad is, like, way more responsive than the... but it destroys the one-up. Okay. For Night Sky. Awesome. I did not die. I was worried. Wow. Give your FA a follow. Follow a grant. You did. Ah! I didn't realize there was going to be accelerators there. Got caught by the fucking lasers. got caught by that laser again because I did not do the curve correctly. Ah! Got some good stuff there, Grant. Thank you. Thank you. I am built by very powerful artists. And I try not to bully them, otherwise they will draw me pregnant. Top tip, chat. Don't bully your artists, even if you do want pregnant art, because more likely you will just get blocked by them. Oh, cool. Got a gem. Nice. Eh. Ugh. There we go. Ah. Crash dash, 12%. Alrighty. Alright, so Ripperoo. He's our boss. Let's go. Oh, it's the crazy guy again. There he is. Oh, interesting. Real Scrooge McDuck shit. Oh, come on. Raid by Zathium? Welcome, Raiders! Hopefully you're doing alright. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Right now I'm trying to get through, Damn it. Ray from the Psy Scott. Welcome. How was your legitimate Space Corp simulator? And I got caught in the explosion again. What, Wampa fruits or? Okay, so I just need to have him, like, do the... Okay, so he doesn't, like... I just need to figure out which... Ow! I said this game seems relaxing because it's an older game. How accurate am I? Not too accurate, I would say. Especially going, like, off the first game, this is like a difficult, like, platformer and what have you, like the first game was. The second one I thought wasn't going to be so bad, but as I am now getting my shit rocked by the first boss in the game, I am clearly wrong. So, yeah. So now I'm just, you know, doing my best not to get blown up by this guy. go. There we go. So safe corner. And then... Yep, safe down in this corner again. There we go. Alright. Oh, come on! There we are. Cool. I lost like so many lives when I did it, but hey. We got rid of the professor. We got rid of the Rowdy Roo. War and pieces. I saw that like in the sides a little bit. Okay. Ah, okay, so now we can go up. It's just pointing up, where he's just like, hey, we want to go up, right? We want to go up, right? So, I'm just keeping myself distracted. And back to my normal... Oh!
I see that Ripperoo failed to prove much of a challenge yet again. But back to business.
He was challenging, I will be
crystals to
real.
be gathered, 20 to be exact. The planets will align shortly, all 13 of them, and this will create a power great enough to rip the Earth apart.
Where the fuck are they? Where they have 13
The
planets?
crystals can absorb and contain the energy.
Crash, is that you? I've been looking everywhere. I don't have much time to tell you this. You have to be careful. Trusting Cortex seems a little unwise, Crash. I can't keep the data path open much longer. Crash, you need to...
Not great. Overwrite that. There we go. Barret! Aw. You can just jump on his head. Hi there, Oh, I just realized Crafty Grant's name. That was clever. I lost your name in all the what's-a-whoosies, in all the raid messages. Good to see you, Crafty Grant. Welcome, welcome. And thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Oh, Jesus. Ah! So sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Just giving him a... Why are they exploding? Oh boy. Don't get... Damn it! Damn it! I feel like I've been here. Have you, Crafty Grant? Have you been here before? I feel like I would have remembered a name like Grant. Damn it. Alright, so I need to do the jump. Ah. You think so, but who knows? There you are again, but we've not seen you in the first game, and I've not yet seen you in the second game, so why do you pop up here? Alright, so after failing, we get 4 lives. Cool. I'm using the D-pad here because I realized, like, I don't need to actually, like, you know... He will, like, the bear will always keep himself, like, sort of centered. There isn't, like, a thing of me needing to, like, readjust to the middle or anything like that. I can just, like, leave him to, like, you know... If he's interpretedly on the left or right side, then he's on the left or right side, so... So yeah, so if I jump here, and if he's center of those boxes, he's gonna be centered of the nitro. And then I can just do that. There we go, there we go. He's taking the bear with him. Alright, cool. Well, I guess this is the same spot that I've been reviving in and what have you, so... There we go. Damn it! Okay, so I need to, like... This is gonna be a tricky one to do. Alright, let's navigate this, so... Oh, come on! Your accent intrigues me. It's Australian or Canadian despite the, Oh yeah, because it is that. Oh, boy, how did I make that jump? Alright, let's not fuck it up until I can get to another checkpoint. Please try and get to another checkpoint. Oh, cool! Breaks all the nitros. Ying. Oh my god, we only missed a few. Did I even get the crystal when I picked it up? I can't remember. I think I did. I think I did. But no, my accent is, like, it's an amalgamation, because I've been living in Australia now for over half my life, but, like, because of living as, like, an expat in the Middle East and what have you, because of my parents, I am, like, you know, I got the American and Canadian in me, because dad Canadian, mom American. Tyzel, thank you for the follow, I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. You're doing alright. Alright, so this is a repeat design of, like, the first stage. I guess each of these are repeats. Also, I seem to have gotten, like, a notification about an email on my phone, and I'm probably going to need to double check, otherwise I'm going to be in trouble. Alright, here we go. Thank you for the checkpoint. Oh, come on, just... There we go. Oh, that is devious with the nitro there. Woo! Okay. Almost screwed that up. Aye. Oh boy. First try, let's go. Yes. Nice, nice. Back to using the D-pad. Oh, come on. Fucking Venus 4 trap. Hey! I wanted the box. Hey there, Phantom. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. Alright, avoid you. Alrighty, nitro boxes, let's go. Can I... Weird. Couldn't, like, jump over the thing, but there we go. Yeah. Makes sense. Love some... Stimalore. Stimalore? Playing Avatar Frontier. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. I'm keeping myself distracted from, you know, rentals and all that kind of nonsense. Oh, it was just an email notification about someone started their art stream on Picardo, not because, you know, I got a weird, like, 7:30 notification of, hey, do you want to check out this property, or, you know, an application was accepted? It was nothing like that. I thought it would have been something about an application, but apparently not. What a shame. Alright, Snowbiz, let's go. Wait, did I already do that? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Actually, you know what? Let's go back to the thumbstick! Damn it. Okay, I probably need to jump over him. I probably need to jump over him, Grant. That means you should jump, Grant. There we go. Curses. Oh, thank goodness for a checkpoint! Alrighty. Bonuses are good. If I didn't fall to my death. Come on, you can do this. You can do this. This is your opportunity to pick up some... I need at least 25 apples from this, or Wampa fruit, sorry. If I may suggest game volume down and mic volume up, the game volume will be like adjusted automatically when I start speaking is the thing. So it's one of those like, you know, okay, I've done it in that kind of a fashion, so then that way, like, you know, the focus of the game is, you know, focused if I'm not speaking, and yeah. Okay, why can't I get you right? If, however, like, you can't even hear my voice when I'm, like, in the, like, speaking and what have you, then maybe I need to do some adjustments for uniquely this. We love some volume ducking. Yeah, exactly. So that's what's happening here, is there's just volume ducking. My lips might move, but because, you know, that's just... cool, Foley nonsense. Okay, I can do the... I need to, like, do a weird, like, braking maneuver there. So yeah, I'm gonna easily get up to, like, 25, honestly, with this, so... There we go. There we are, and then... Hey, there we go. So not only do we get a... There we go. Alright, awesome. I was worried I was gonna get myself killed with that. But we did it! Phew! Oh, hell yeah, that's what we like to see. Alright, are you doing it? Nope, okay, cool. This game has been devious enough to be like, oh, hey, here's like a block of, here's a block of, what's-mahoozies. Let's have you, like, you know... Let's have, like, you know, tempt you to spin into them, but oh, what do you know? There's a TNT in the center. I've seen them do that before. There we go. 120 in that area? Jesus Christ, man. This game definitely wants me to do, like, more than one run-through of things. Ta-da! Alright, eel and crash crush. Alright. The eel deal! Let's have a look. Do-do-do-do-do. Yeah. Now, how's everyone's night going? Alright. Now comes the real question. Okay, so I can just go. Damn it! Okay, so the eels are in there. Knowing my luck, I can't jump on those. There we go. Alright, we're getting favored to the left, so let's go to the left. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. I wish I had like more news that I could like share about my life and what have you, but right now it's just been a consistent, hey, trying, you know, doing my best to try and find a place to live, not be homeless. I don't have like, I'm going to TFF in March though. Hopefully I'm going to TFF in March, because like if I don't have a place to live, I don't know if, you know, trying to If I don't have a place to live, I don't know how good of an idea it is to like head up to the United States at the end of March would be, especially when trying to find a place to live. So, but if I do find a place to live, no probs, then, you know. There we go. Then yeah, still be up going to the United States and what have you. There we go. I like that, like, I can slightly move Crash when I... Ah, fuck. Oh well, that was bound to be a problem. At least this will get me more hearts. So. There we go, and then down here we go. Ooh, okay, okay. And then we can do that to, like, you know, avoid execution, I suppose, and then that to... Hey! Fuck so. Why would you take my shirt like that? I need it. Ooh boy. Okay, so he will move off the what's-mahoozy thing. That's good to know, that's good to know, that's good to know. He was cold? Get your own shirt! I'm cold! Sure, it was hot as balls in Australia right now, where, like, we're having places going over 40 degrees Celsius, but, like, you know... And then, like, we're kind of a desert kind of country where, like, you know, when it gets to the nighttime, it's still gonna be relatively, you know, hot. Oh, sorry, not relatively hot, but relatively cold in the evening, because we have barely anything for... Hey, we got all the boxes! I didn't realize that was an option. Nice. Ta-da! Oh my god, playing the best of the OG trilogies. Hell yeah. Hi there, Fluffy Durg. Yeah, I've never played the Crash Bandicoot series before. I'm not a PlayStation kid when I was growing up. I was an Xbox kid, and I came in sort of at like the end of the Xbox era, entering into Xbox 360. So the video games that I actually played like in my early childhood were not Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, or Super Smash Bros, or any of like the, you know, the big ticket items. They were all like, you know, some of the lesser things like Blinks the Time Sweeper or Halo 2. I was one of those, like, when it was first a thing. Like, I think this phrasing is like probably one of the funnest, oops, got rolled over, damn. Like, I've seen, it's -15 here at the Mo. Oh, god damn, I wish I had that grant. I wish we had, like, you know, crazy cold weather, because then there would be a good enough reason for getting, you know, winter attire here in Australia. But instead, we just have to make do with, oops. No! Fuck! Once again. This is where we get the crouching stuff. Okay. Fuck you. Alright, so they've given it to us at a moment when we wouldn't... Oh, hello. I don't remember you. Oh boy, that's a tricky one. I don't know if I can do that again. I don't know if I could do that again if they asked me to. Cool, they're not gonna ask me to. Oh, come on. Alright, I'm gonna tap it next time. And that was not a tap. I can only make 2 mistakes at best, and unfortunately I don't... Come on. Here we go. I feel like... Oh. I got myself in there. Hi there, Lost Stallion! Hi, welcome. Chat, it's Lost Stallion. Hang on a second. Are any of my moderators in the chat to give a shout out to Lost Stallion? Oh, thank you for the acceleration. I needed it. There we go. Oh, I saw the electric and I did not do the correct move. Alright, remember, jump. Oh shit, okay, almost. Alright, gave myself proper distance, which is good. Go. And then... Ooh, okay. Okay, I see what you want. Alright, I think I know what it wants me to do. Yeah! I pick up what you're putting down. I see how they want me to do these things. I see the benefit of the slide jump now. Oh, thank goodness, they're not going to ask me to jump these things. Oh, hell yeah. So many Wampa fruits. Let's go. Sounds like you're having fun with the game. There, you can't shout me at. You can't shout out what is lost? Sure we can. Observe as I shout you out. Behold, chat, Lost Stallion! They were last playing Cult of the Lamb! How was Cult of the Lamb? That is on my to-do list. I am like a long ways from... I still haven't like got around to playing it, but it's on the like, the Game Pass right now. It's just, I might not have, like, the most free time for, like, some of the video games and what have you because of, I have about... Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm so far ahead, it's not even funny. Oh, but I see why they... Oh, it wanted me to pick up that last one, bastards! But yeah, also happy Australia Day, Masonic. Hi. No longer lost. Call to Land goes well. Need to buy the DLC for it still though. I haven't got the DLC.
10 of 25 crystals. You're on your way. I'm running low on power, so communication from this point will be difficult.
Hello?
Remember, I'm counting on you.
Alright, so we did the Crash Cuss, we did the Bear Pit, we did the Snow Biz. Alright, time for the Komodo Brothers! Never met the Komodo Brothers, so... Ooh! Swordsman! Neat. One's skinny, one's fat. Interesting. Alrighty, so... that was a very easy boss. Like, that was a lot easier than the last boss I had to deal with, but that was an okay boss. Nod your head like you understood all of that is what I needed to do. It's a pumpkin. There we go. 10 crystals, 4 lives, 3 thingamaboogies. Okay, so I've done the eel deal, I've done the... what's my boost? Ah, there we go. Up! Oh, excuse me. Word, I've got to be sick. Oh!
Good show, Crash.
Yeah.
Komodo brothers obviously lacked your
Snacko-lantern.
but now
That's clever,
is not the
actually.
time to get
Good
caught.
pun.
There are still many crystals to obtain. Remember, the world is counting on you.
Thank you for the head pats, I greatly appreciate it. But yeah. How do you guys deal with stress? Because, like, today, I broke out of my diet and ate McDonald's hamburgers. That's not exactly a really good way of dealing with stress. That's more of a, like a... Ow. That's more of a comfort thing. Puns are all you have. It's alright. You'll have other things, I'm sure. Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Oh, that was so close. This is gonna be tough. You cross stitch, basically stabbing something thousands of times over. Cool. I don't know if I can't do cross stitching. I've definitely gone through like a whole ton of different stuff. I would think that like video games is like the thingy-majiggy to try and calm my nerves and what have you, but that's like, you know, not a guarantee. Cause like, let's see, so I've eaten food, kept myself distracted using kept myself distracted by watching College Humor. That was kind of alright. There we go. Ooh, okay, so now we got the opportunity to... Damn it! Damn it! Depends on what's causing it. For me, it's just, you know, stress. It's just like, you know, having to... No! Oh, come on. Like, for me, it's just the fact that I have to, like, wait for other people to get back to me about stuff. Like, that's the thing, is that, like, there's not something I can, like, implicitly do, but, like, I'm on a time crunch is what's essentially happening, but then, like, I'm waiting on people who are not on, like, the same sort of time crunch as I am. And that's, like, without even going into, like, you know, whatever, like, time concerns I have with, like, work or what have you, where it's like, they might have tasks for me that I need to do, and some of them might be, like, you know, timely things. There we go. No, come on! That's not fair. Fine. So now I gotta run it back. then... There you go. Okay, avoid the nitro. Avoid. No! Shit. The Australian dilemma, ye old time crunch. It's not so much of a time crunch as much as it is like just, you know, waiting on other people. Ah, I can't. Fuck. Okay. So I can't like accelerate past them. I have to actually. All right, fine. Let's do this. The good news is I'll get enough Wonka food so I can get some back. There we go. Not again! Come on! Now these guys again. That's so annoying that the nitro, like, right there is, like, the thing that's causing me grief. I get through the first pair because I can time that jump, whereas this one, it's like, for whatever reason, just inept. Alright, so, jump! And jump! There we go! Oh. Why was that so difficult? Wait, did I even get the crystal? Yeah, I got the crystal. So yeah, time crunch. Yeah. It's just tough waiting on other people, is all. Alright, so we start, yeah, so we started from the left and we're working our way to the right. So now we go sooner or later. Oh, there's an advertisement starting in like the next minute. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break while the advertisement is going off, and we'll get like a words on stream thingamadiggy going off. So then that way people have an opportunity to like do the what's mahoozy thing. So for those of you that are subscribed, you'll be able to like get to these words like before it goes off and what have you. Also, is there an advertisement running? Like they say an advertisement's gonna run in like, or was there an advertisement running already? I think an advertisement already ran, so. Oh shit, Raiders! Hi, Furry Romo. Welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer, and like I was about to go on a like a bit of a bathroom break. I am so sorry. I really need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry, Furry Romo. I hope you had a wonderful time playing Kingdom Hearts. If you're going to be here after like 30 seconds, would love to hear more from you. For now, I need to go to the bathroom. We have words on stream available for them. Lane. Because you got channel, that means there's lane. I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. All right, how do we do? Plan. All right, so it doesn't look like we were able to get through to the next thing, which is a shame. 7 words out of 18. These things happen. It's all right. Look. Ding dong. But yeah, thank you for the radiant. Well, it wouldn't let me do. It probably didn't let you do clan because like there's a little thingy madiggy in there where like once you put a word in, like you can't type in another word until like the unlock has gone off. It's supposed to stop people from just spamming all the words and getting all the points. So I don't have a setting option to be able to like turn that particular thing off, unfortunately. So wait, did I already go through this? No, not explicitly, because this is a little bit different. Oh, come on. Alright, let's not deal with that. Here we go. Timer needs to move faster than your brain. Yeah. The words on stream, I reckon, is, like, fun. Definitely... Alright, need to wait for him to do his thing. And then... Spin you. Do this. I'll leave the box there, because it will get grabbed by... Because when we do the nitro explosion or what have you at the end, it will most likely... Yeah, because this is like sludgy water, so it's gonna take a while. 2, 1. Hey, Cap! You can't be taking my shirt! How dare you? Okay, so I can't. Hi, Cap. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Ah! Spiky rat. Go. Alright, down here we go. You're drawing dudes? Nice! I'm sorry, I just have like the what's the word? There's this thing in my head of like, don't you like hunky boys? And it's just like this whatsamahoozy eldritch being that's just like, I don't like hunky boys. Which is kind of funny to hear. Alright, here we go. Oop. There we go. And fucked all of that. Or do I? Or do you what? Like what? Not like hunky boys? No, you like hunky boys. Himbo stuff is my game. Nice! Welcome, Furry Roma. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you had a wonderful time in Kingdom Hearts. I just had to go on like a quick bathroom break and I had like words on stream running just so then that way viewers had something to, you know, do while I went to the bathroom real quick. We didn't get past the first level. We did so well at the start of the stream. We got up to like level 7 or something like. Also, what in the... That's gonna be annoying to deal with. That's annoying. Like, none of the... Yeah. Oh well, we got ourselves, you know, 2 lives, and that works for me. Ah, okay, so that's... And then... Ah! Get fucked. I gamified you. Here we go, so... nope. Need to do that again. So that's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Big explosion. Love seeing that. So yeah. That's next. That's the next line to that reference. Oh. Yeah. Boys. Alright, was there a benefit to doing that? Maybe. Ah, okay, so there's the crystal. Woo! Run in.
I do not care for hunky boys.
Hi there, Cap. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Oh, I almost got through to the end that way. But I got all the boxes, so that's a positive.
That's pretty swag.
Yeah! So, how goes it on your side of things? Happy New Year. Oh yeah, wait, happy Australia. Sorry.
We just got like a shit ton of fireworks over where I'm at.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
You're like a dog where you're just like the fireworks go off and you're just sort of like.
I know. I was doing that meme like you ever seen like the dude seeing the apocalypse and immediately closing his windows and playing video games?
I'm not sure, but Cortex might.
You're just like, ah, yeah, phosphorus. Moving on. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. Surprisingly, we had more fireworks than New Year's.
What is up with that?
My town is full of white people.
Crazy. Wild. Hey, the polar bear is back. Jump. Oop. Okay, that was a... Probably wanted me to accelerate that one, but... Have you played through the Crash Bandicoot series before?
Yeah, man. When I was a wee badu.
Wee badu.
Crash Bandicoot.
Nice. So...
Which is a surprise, because this is no baddie game, boy. No baddie.
So I'm going for the second one right now, which I'll be frank with you, like this one
Wait,
is.
you finished the
There's
first one?
aspects of it that feel easier. Oh Jesus! Except for that part. There's aspects of this game that feel easier to do, and I haven't yet run into like the quote-unquote dreaded like bridge episode or bridge level like they did in the first game. I haven't yet experienced that yet. Alright, so I need to like jump early. There we go.
Hey, Grant, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
You know if talking about emulation is TOS?
Okay, so emulation is not an illegal practice. Emulation with your original like hardware is not like that is a aspect of preservation.
The legal aspect that people think of, or why like emulation might be seen as TOS, is when the emulation is done with software or hardware that you do not own. That is done because in order to work with that stuff, you're basically piracy admittedly at that point.
Well, it's a good thing that I still own my PlayStation 2 and my copy of Spyro Legend of the Dragon.
Yeah. So that's the be all end all is like emulate, like as much as like Nintendo would love to try and like make it a thing, emulation is not an illegal practice. The illegal practice comes in like when you're trying to circumnavigate, for example, like the BIOS files or something like that necessary to run PlayStation 2 emulation, or when you try and do PlayStation 2 emulation with video games you don't own. If you own the things, or you're like, borrowing it from a friend, then it's not. The illegal aspect is when you distribute it explicitly for like monies and whatnot. And then there's the obvious, like, if you didn't. It's one of those like fun things as well, where like it's like because of like the aspect of the internet being like 100% anonymous and what have you, like the whole like sharing of content online is seen as like illegal, because it's like, oh no, you're getting it from what the shit? You didn't jump, assholes. There we go. Damn it. Turned too soon. Been lurking the whole time, but I gotta eat, enjoy the rest of the stream. Not to worry, Porking King, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. So, because here's the thing, it's like, the copyright infringement and, like, you know, the digital rights and such like that was not made during an age where, you know, you had the internet, where you had, you know, untethered access to a whole wide source of information. And, you know, that there was, like, essentially, like, no cost to share. Because here's the thing, it's like, I have, like, a Nintendo DS. I have a Nintendo DS with, like, you know, small number of games. I have PlayStation 4 with a small number of games, but the PlayStation 4 is meaningless because I got the PlayStation 5. So...
As we all know, PlayStation has no games.
Exactly, hence why I am playing a PlayStation 2 game, Crash Bandicoot, that has been redone for the PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
So,
Don't you know? PS3 and PS5 have no game.
okay, that's not true. The PS3 has, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriot.
PS3 has one game.
The PS3 has one game, and it's the one game Grant doesn't have. You know what's something I've looked like? Because I was looking it up on the Wikipedia, trying to find out if there ever was like a any, like, if there was truly no re-thingamajiggies of the no remasters of the Guns of the Patriot, like, number 4, is because, like, Kojima didn't want to do Guns of the Patriot. Originally, it was just a trilogy. What the shit? Okay, so I'm not meant to jump in, is that it? No, I am meant to jump in. Or jump over him, actually. Yeah.
And this may be a bit of a bitch talking of me, but it should have stayed a trilogy.
I
Don't get
don't
me wrong.
understand that.
I love 5. I love 5. But Metal Gear Solid 2 was a great like ending of the future sort of ending.
Especially because it was, you know, dealing with aspects of the future that, you know, we only just now had come to pass, and we still hadn't had answers for, like, you know, some of the crazy, like, nano machines and shit. So, because that was, like, a thing. He had, like, nano machines in his, like, blood that they could use to monitor and such like that during the events of the Shadow Moses incident.
Raiden, jerk the TV off, man.
What have we got? I can't jump it. That's annoying. Oh, come on. You can't let me... slide tackle. Okay, we'll give that a try then. Yeah, awesome. Good to know. Thank you, Sir Dragon. Wish I remembered that the slide tackle is a move that does, like, damage and whatever.
That game I've been playing a lot as of late. You know that new game Hytale from the guys behind iPixel?
I've heard of it. I have not yet gotten a license for it.
It's pretty good.
Because I'll be real with you, like, I've been hearing from, like, different peeps, they're like, oh, I can't get my, I can't get their name in the game and such, so it's, like, obviously, like, super popular. So, I'm kind of worried that, like, someone's gonna take the GrantZeebs, name if I don't get the game soon. There we go. Point.
It's also a good thing. They've like actually done really good at like, you know, player generated content. Like they've got like good mod support.
Ooh, okay, that's good, that's good. Oh, nice, I got 2 of you now. Here's a PS5 game, Astrobot. Yeah, Astrobot's a PS5 game. Ghost of Yotei, I think, weirdly enough, like, got released on the PlayStation 4 as well. Like, that's the weird thing. It's like, there are, like, for a while, there were, you know, some games that were, like, being released on the PlayStation 5, but because of, like, the rarity of people who could even get a PlayStation 5, they still release some games on the... Shit. They still release some games on the PlayStation 4. So earlier on in the stream, someone was like, oh hey, did you know that they're discontinuing the PlayStation 4 in like June 2026? And I'm like, I thought it was already discontinued long ago. Like, I thought it would have been done and dusted after the events of the PlayStation 5 Pro being released.
Yeah, because like the PlayStation 3, that got like immediately fucking connection terminated. But like since I think it was the GPU shortage at the time. Like.
What do you mean at the top? Oh yeah, the first one, the crypto one. I was like, what do you mean at the time? But then I realized, yeah, there's been waves. Go on, sorry.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about the RAM shortage.
Yeah, continue.
Well, being in the tech business must suck.
Being a what?
Being in the business of technology must fucking suck.
Oh yeah, it does. Cause like, you know, if you're not like, there is like as much like at our work, we're now dealing with like AI shit, and it's like one of those annoying things where it's like, you know, like I am very much like I used to be like enthusiastic and like interested in it back when it was like a, oh hey, we're using AI to like, you know, figure out like cancer like, you know, cancer cells and what have you, or, you know, trying to find a particular protein, but that's not what AI has now led to. Instead, AI has now led towards like a thing of like, oh, by, you know, just doing vibes and having middle management, you know, request nonsense and what have you. We're trying to...
AI has now become I love misinformation rather than analytical shit.
Yeah, they're trying to, like, it's... Instead of, like, doing, like, oh, we're getting rid of demeaning tasks and what have you that, you know, like, data entry and what have you.
And some of, like, the weirder nonsense. It's like, oh, we're now, like, going into areas where it's, like... It's hard to describe the area, like, because it's trying to put them into so many different areas, and so many of them are... We are not yet there for it being utilized there without us, you know, not being like, we don't trust computers to land and take off planes. What do you mean you want us to like use them as like, you know, developing patches and code and advertisement and, you know, all these things where, you know, a lot of us, we have not even got it down to a science yet of like what we actually like to see and what we don't like to see.
I also think you gotta have like a license in like, I don't know, ethics and like a clean bill of mental health to use AI, because there's some real mental ill motherfuckers using AI to justify shit.
Yeah, and the worst part is just like the fact that, like, I'm just gonna say it, like, it used to be like kept to like only academics and what have you, because like, you know, it was. It took a lot of like, it took a lot of skill. It took a lot of work to even get a large language model that, at the time, we associated with like, you know, creating like NPCs and what have you. But then all of a sudden, OpenAI did like their ChatGPT thing and letting everyone contribute to it, and you know, we had still not yet learned the nuances of. Just because a product is free doesn't mean it's not costing you something in the long run. In this case, like any interactions of OpenAI meant that it was you know, gathering more information and what have you. A part of me was like, you know, at first, I was like, you know, like iffy on the whole, like, you know, as you interact with it more, it will now understand more, in which case we'll get better. But then when it got into the areas of like, oh, hey, you know, we're gonna have it do some, like, you know, art generation shit, and you had people being like, no, this is terrible, but then you had some people being like, you know, using it for like memes and shit, it being like, oh yeah, look how terrible it is while utilizing it. It's like, that doesn't work because, like, much like capitalism, oh god damn it, utilization of the product doesn't have like any understanding of intent behind it, and the AI gets better through repetition. So whether you're using it as a parody or as a using it as a parody or genuine doesn't matter. It's using it.
Also, hi Izzy, also freak, also affectionate.
Hi Izzy. Sorry, I just...
Also, I know this is morbid, but god do I hope that the crash of the AI bubble ruins some fucking lives.
Oh no, there's like a lot of people that are very much interested in seeing like AI. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, people want to see... We want to see, like, you know, people... Especially because of, like, how, like, predatory AI is being and how, you know, most of us... We are still not happy with, you know, the way that 2008 and 2000s have gone off and such. So...
I was about to say, I want to see a run back of 2008 once this bubble bursts.
Yeah. But it'll be a consolidation of wealth. Like, that's the thing, is, like, a lot of, like, low-level economics, it's like, oh, yeah, wouldn't it be great seeing everyone, like, you know, have that had, like, invested into these things, like, classic 2000s era, losing all this fucking money, and we actually, you know, get people having more reasonable interpretations of technology and its development, so now it's a little bit slower. But for any, like, mid and advanced level economics, it's like, no, any economic crashes that do not have revolutionary changes to the system is just a consolidation of the wealth by the upper elites, because they can, you know, live through economic collapse and use that to their advantage when trying to recover. So for lower levels, when this AI bubble bursts and such, like, it's going to be one of those, it's going to be, yes, will be a bit of a round of applause as to seeing, like, Sam Altman and a few other people, like, having some real fucking comeuppance coming over. But Nvidia, like, the guys that have been selling these shovels, they're not going away. Oracle, that has been, like, you know, diversified for the longest time and had always been in the background, they're not going away. Like, many of the big players, by the simple fact that they are just so big in this thing, are not going to go away. And the only one that probably is going to go away is someone like, you know, Sam Altman, because, you know, the product will be seen as over-evaluated at that point, and either everyone is just going to accept it's worthless, or he's going to do some sort of illegal shit, which...
I ain't even gonna lie, I don't know who Sam Altman is.
Sorry?
I don't even know who Sam Altman is.
The guy that owns OpenAI. He's the Zuckerberg for the AI ChatGPT shit.
Oh, I see.
This is the man who, I swear to God, was like, I don't know how parents took care of children before ChatGPT. I asked them for all kinds of things when I'm raising my child, and it's just sort of like, Jesus Christ, Sam. Like, don't smoke your own product. Fuck's sake. What did I miss from Izzy when they said all that? In this case, potentially causing the economy to fucking collapse because crypto-fascist capitalists would rather cause '08 again instead of paying people a livable wage. It turns out when every rich and would-be rich cunt thought, yeah, I could make it big during a crash if only I could just make it happen. Sam Altman ever had sex, let alone had... No, he has kids. Like, let's not be juvenile about him. He has kids and what have you.
That's surprising. I feel like fate would have me have kids better than that man. and I'm like, I'm soon. No, I am castrated considering that I'm on E now.
How is that E?
I kind of want to get onto injections rather than taking a pill, because, like, I'm anxious about how much is actually getting into my system.
Like you're not absorbing it correctly, or that the pills, you know... Just...
Yeah, exactly, because I gotta, like, dissolve it under my tongue, and I'm not sure if I'm, like... if I'm like beefing that up or not.
Wait, it's a pill though. Aren't you supposed to swallow pills? Why is it hiding under your tongue? That's like a.
You put it under your tongue so you can mitigate like the stomach lining and like bypass the liver.
Oh, okay. But like your liver gets
Oh yeah, that's
like
true.
things from
I need to
both
go get
blood
my,
and the stomach, so like it's still going through the liver, isn't it?
I need to get my what is it called? I need to get my hip checked to make sure I can like get on anti-androgens.
Anti-what-is?
It's the stuff that stops testosterone.
Ah, okay. So, also hi there, Mayday Marmalade. Hi. The name seems familiar.
But hey, good news. I have seen some minor breast growth.
Congratulations! Is it congratulations?
Yeah. Yes, it is a congratulations, even though it's like not even a cup.
Something I've learned, like, because chatting with people and chatting with ladies and what have you. One particular lady I was like conversing with and all this kind of nonsense, because you know. Wait, do I need to explain? No, I don't need to explain the entire thing. I'll just get to the fun fact.
A particular kind of lady. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Did she put up a fight? Tell me more. Tell me more. No.
Does she look like a bitch?
No. So, like, you know how measurements are like fucking weird. Like between, like with the men, we're like, yes, medium, large, extra large.
Like bra measurements? Because like they're actually very simple once you figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. I thought they were, because I was like, yeah, there's a cup, there's a length, and the width or something like that. So like the cup is the volume, and the band is the. Apparently, like there's like fractions in like cup sizes as well, or something like that. Like they don't have like the thingamadiggy set up, so then that way you can get like the band changing to like so. Like you still have room for error in the bra, and I thought because you had like the two different thingamadickies that there would be no room of error.
It's actually double the room for error.
Mead marmalade. Okay, nice. Good to see you, Mead Marmalade. Or just also old fur, hyper fur, been around a while, so maybe you've seen my commission art or horse animations. Like, I will be real, that's probably, like, there is a part of me that's like, maybe? Like, so yeah, because I have to, like, do a real quick right-click and be like, cool, let me just type some nonsense in and see if it, like, pops up somewhere. So, I'll probably, like, do my own, like, research on the side of Mead Marmalade and not get confused with the marmalade, like, drinks and what have you.
Estrogen shot here.
Sorry, what?
In response to Izzy's adrenaline Left 4 Dead comment.
Oh, taking estrogen injections the same way you take adrenaline in Left 4 Dead? Okay. I don't know
Estrogen
why.
shot here.
I for whatever reason, I thought you're like an estrogen shot. For whatever reason, maybe it's because I was playing Bioshock Infinite, but I was just thinking of Bioshock, where you get like this fucking giant like apple juice size container, and you're just like, dang, and just get it right into the wrist. Just
No, better yet, it's an actual like shot. It's tequila. Down the hatch, you then slam it against your head, glass yourself.
Woo!
Yeah, trans women have lightning powers.
Taking E and your left hand explodes into lightning. Damn. Gender affirming care sounds fucking awesome. You get superpowers.
Yeah, trans men have fire powers.
Oh, come on, lizard. Fun fact, chat. Hair transplants are technically seen as gender-affirming care.
Oh, absolutely.
No, don't. I hate how the damn it, the thingamadiggy isn't like
As are wigs,
smooth.
if you think about it.
Sorry?
As are wigs, if you think about it.
Yeah, so hair transplant, wigs. There's, like, would tattoos be seen as gender, like that, where he, like, instead of, he doesn't, like, continue running after like, the only way he will, damn it.
I suppose that depends, like, what kind of tattoo. Because my grandma got, like, a tattoo on her lips so she doesn't have to, like, do lipstick. And the same on her, like, eyebrows so she doesn't have to, like, you know, get her eyebrows lined up.
Yeah.
And I think that counts. You know, it's funny, my grandma's kind of, like, pretty huge, not, like, massively right-winger, she's, like, she's the occasional racist, but she cares deeply.
Well, it's a Reagan racist where it's like, this isn't my problem until it suddenly is. That's what it is.
She's a classic Australian old lady. She's like racist, but like she almost means well. She has genuinely been the most like gender affirming person in my family.
That's good.
Always calling me by my preferred name. She's still weird on the pronouns, but that's because it's new to her.
Yeah. Because like I'm guessing like name is like that you get practice with the name and such, but whereas with pronouns it's a shorthand towards identifying you. So oh shit, did I make it? Oh yeah, I did make it. Nice.
Yeah, but she gets past. She gave me $100 for my birthday, so I'm swagging a bit.
Tattoos will make it hard to attend spas and hot springs in Japan. Depends on the size. Just putting it out there. I remember like that was a question that like the YouTube content creator / streamer Ludwig was on like the Trash Taste podcast, and he has like the tiniest fucking tattoo like on his like thigh, and he's like, is this gonna be a problem when going into spas? And they said it's like, unless you're going like really far north where mountain racists and shit like that, not really. Like the whole like tattoos and such like that is when it's like Yakuza level dragon on the back, or the Buddha or the tiger, and large assortment.
I'll contact your
But if it's something that can easily be covered with like say a towel now, then who knows.
Yeah, if it's easily covered with towel, I'm just gonna put a snake on my dick. Watch out for my venomous squirts.
Oh, God. Classic Australian old lady. She doesn't know what petroleum is. That's the stuff in my makeup. A friend who lives in North Queensland, the absolute boogie, said they have a mother and daughter come in to trade in a lawnmower. When asked what's wrong, they said it's too noisy. What the hell is going on in here? You're welcome to join into the chat, Blue, and steer the conversation however you wish. Cap's here. Cap gets to pick the topic. It's her. She came into the VC. She gets to talk about the fun of transitioning and getting on some estrogen and the superpowers you gain.
Yeah.
Just like some volume things. Hang on a second, because like
you get lightning hands and venom nut.
Whoa!
God damn it, venom nut! Like I just said venom nut, and immediately my brain just started playing Eminem.
You said Venom Nut, and I was just
Venom.
Well, I'm just now thinking of the Moon Knight panel with the fan caption. Why do I hear Eminem music?
Lemon. Wait, have you seen the lemon that looks like venom?
Now comes the fun bit where I open up Opera GX just to see this. Give me a second, chat. Let me just wider. There we go. All right, so the lemon that
I'll send it to
looks like Eminem.
No, the lemon that looks like venom. Lemon.
Oh, the lemon that looks like venom. Okay, I thought it was venom. What? You're gonna need to share me the image then.
I did.
Oh, okay. No thanks. Oh, cool. It's the first result. There we go. Now you have to deal with this chat. Now I have to head to bed soon. Man, Blue. Being responsible, going to bed at a reasonable hour because he has work the next day. Congratulations, Blue, by the by, on being able to get onto a day shift with your job. So then that way you're able to do streams in the evening/afternoons. Depending on the time of day. Or the day of the week. Congrats. I would like to join in, but I need to
do
eat
something
dinner.
funny.
So, you forgot I have to be up around 4 a.m. Oh, fuck. Okay, I actually need to go to the bathroom again. I am so sorry. All right, I made the mistake
have to do the
of
same, to be honest.
I made the mistake of like eating like way too much food for lunch as like a comfort thing. So now comes the problem of like, cool, oh, your bowels are having like a wicked time dealing with all of this because there's too much. So I'm gonna get the words on stream game going off again for everyone. Yeah.
And before everyone leaves, check
No!
out this. Lemon! Okay, I'm gonna go pee as well.
Ah, good. All right. Gorn. There we go. Gorn is not a word? Norm. There we go. Norm is all right. Also, which you forgot. There's a lock. Chat. Fill in the blanks. Bathroom break real quick. So sorry. Keep me company, please. Also, I just realized there's like no music, so I'm just gonna hit the. There we go. I'll take my phone with me in case someone tells me I have to start.
Hello, chat. I have pissed.
Welcome back.
I just heard from the deepest, darkest pits of the bathroom. Just a welcome back from a grant.
Benefits of wireless headphones, but mic at the desk. How we doing? Hey, nice. We advanced a level.
I got a big one.
Good work. Good work. All right, let's go to the next one then. All right,
I got
let's see.
22. I'm swag.
Swag. Let's see how we go. Ah, damn it! Someone already got knife. Pine. Oh, I saw pine and then a knife and I was like, oh, hang on a second. I hate words that are like two words mashed together. I have a huge disregard for that. Fine. And then pink. Oh wait, someone already wrote pink. Darn it. Pink. All right, actually. Pink.
Yeah, I've just got to draw the second part.
That's a word. Amazingly enough, that is a word. Think. I was honestly surprised by that word. But yeah. Also, Blue, as Blue mentioned earlier on, I was happy to have taken down 2 tempered Seregioses. There was an investigation of 2 tempered Seregioses at once. Nike is a name of a shoe, by the by, and I think a Greek goddess.
And a Greek goddess.
Exactly.
Goddess of victory.
I think I've learned from Jeremy.
How do I know that? I read Percy Jackson.
Ah, okay. I'm trying to think of a word. A-N-E. Yeah. How do we miss knee? All right. Do we want to do one more, chat, or do we want to go back into Crash Bandicoot? Nailed it. Nice work, Crafty Grant. Cap, there's another Grant in the chat. All right, one more? All right.
The Grants are multiplying.
Yeah, they are. All right, one more.
Is there another Cap in the chat?
Still ahead of you by 1. Oh, wait, no. Damn it. Craft got it. I was like looking, I was like, there could be a word there. I was trying to think verbal, but there's no R. But that does mean that able is a word, because you had value and able. And then...
I mean, if we had Nike, then, well, yeah, Nike, then able should count, considering they're both religious figures.
No, able is like, I am able.
Oh!
Damn it, that doesn't, that sentence doesn't work as well. I am able to. So...
No, but I am able is also a valid sentence, like, as in response. Can you do this? I am able. Imagine if it actually bangs.
The bow apparently is a valid lava boob.
Sounds like Bowser to me. Yeah, because he'd be in lava. Oh, speaking of, did you see the Mario trailer?
The newest one? No, I think I've seen a little bit of it with like the Yoshi involved or something like that.
I like how it looks.
Damn it. All right, so this one's slow going. We got up to level 3 though. That's pretty good.
Cone was a big
Yes,
fan of.
I got ahead. I'm now coming second on the like level 3 rankings, but in the general rankings, I'm 7 ahead on Witch. Yes, this is gonna be good. All right. For now, you say, Cap. Do we keep on going, or do we go back into Crash Bandicoot?
I think we go back into Crash.
All right, let's go back into Crash Bandicoot then. So, because let me hit the buttons. Ding, dong. Hit the pause on the music, and let's resume. So we've done Unbearable. Tiny Tiger. This is going to be one of those ironic names, isn't it? He's not going to be tiny at all. He's fucking
the sex
huge.
guy.
What?
It's the one that people want to fuck. And we don't know if he's not tiny. We don't know what's in his pants.
Nice. So that's the first one out of the way. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Oh, look at Witch Dragon Queen. She's just like, ah, yes, tiny. Absolutely excited for the massive. And I did not time that correctly. I was lucky on the first one. You love Ink Tiger. Nice, nice. Should have known. If Witch Dragon is here because of me streaming, she would be interested in the what's-a-mahoozy big tiger. Interesting.
I mean, who
so
doesn't like a big tiger?
Sorry, what?
Who here doesn't like a big tiger or tigress?
Aw, you. Okay, cool. So he follows the laws of, like, you know, actually bothering to stay, you know, within, you know, normal jumping distances. Close one. Oh, that was a devious one. Did it! Oh, there he was! Just getting picked. Nice, 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 nice. Up we go to the next level. God, Crash is just such a fucking deep. He's just like, up. We're going up. Alright. Hanging out. And I'm actually pose.
During this, I feel like Goku fresh into Super Saiyan 3, like, you're gonna love this. I'm just ready for this to, like,
oh shit,
get released and, like, people are just gonna, like, go awonga about it.
Is this gonna be like the one you did where you were, like, you know, extra fat in the America at the Buc-ee's?
No, this will be even freakier than that.
Freakier. Oh, that was so clean. Oh, once again, he got picked. Also, hi there, Alvirus. Welcome, welcome. Wow.
Well, you see, Somebody gotta match my freak.
Alright, I need to remember that after the barrel... And then he's gonna pop... Fuck! I knew he was gonna pop up again, and I still didn't spin in time. Time for me to shower and then have dinner. You'll have a lovely rest of the stream and raid. Not to worry, Izzy. Thank you so much for sticking around. I greatly appreciate it. I'm probably going to be streaming for another hour at least. It's been rather fun. As tempting as it would be to, like, only stream for the next, like, 15 minutes and then just, you know, chat with Captain the VC and such like that, wouldn't be fun for the rest of yous. So... Ooh. Yes. So yeah, so gonna try and keep streaming to my usual like 10 p.m. time and what have you. So, cause yeah, I don't know where I'm gonna be in the next few weeks. So I feel like if I'm going to do the whole like, you know, ow, fucker. Chatting is fun. Yeah, chatting is fun. So yeah. So Cap, I have like a little over 2 weeks. Like back on Wednesday I had like 3 weeks left. Now I have like 15 days left before the lease on the current place I'm at ends, and I have not been given like a response yet on some of the applications I've got remaining, and it's been like real stressful just sitting here like throughout Saturday, Sunday, and now Monday with no responses.
Shit, man, I can imagine.
So it's like fucking bullshit.
I mean, I'm very glad that I don't have to worry about that, because I just do it with my mum.
Yeah. I can't like fall back onto like living with my mom. She lives far north in like an apartment that can just hold herself. So
Yeah, I'm very lucky to be in a situation in the situation that I am.
It's crazy that both Australia and America had the same dream, which was like, we would love to, you know, own our own home and such like that, and, you know, be the masters of our own fate with our own castle and yada yada yada. But despite living in Australia and my parents being like, you know, American Canadian, we had never stayed in the same place for like longer than 4 years. So there was never this kind of like, you know, building equity thing in our home or anything like that. We've all been like traveling around. The person that has now like lived in like a home the longest has been my sister in her current place. I think for like the last, it was before COVID, like 10 years I think now. She's been in the same place for like the last 10 years now because of, you know, being married and now having a kid. So.
Oh, can I spill some fuck-ass tea?
Sorry?
Can I spill some fuck-ass tea about my family?
Is this like the like political stuff or some other thing?
Oh no, it's financial. It's basically why I'm still. Actually, no, I want it, but I won't.
Oh, thank goodness I had. Oh, what? Okay, hang on. How the fuck am I supposed to? I have
Maybe
no
like
way of getting through
slide over him.
Maybe that's what they want me to do. That's gonna be annoying. Because like the minute I touch the nitro, I'm dead. So like the trick is like obviously how do I?
I think it's the nitro that killed you there.
No, it wasn't the nitro. That was a very dumb death. I will be real with you. All right. Yoink.
Jump over that nitro. Slide.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, I'm a genius, aren't I?
Yep.
I'm a genius. I got a massive penis.
I can't be bothered trying to get those ones. I was worried I was gonna die, so.
Yeah.
And I've gotten a level up, and I've gotten plenty of fruit. No, you bastard!
So what is that about that one up?
Why was there a didgeridoo noise then?
I kind of wish I had a like a button toggle for that. God, why are you trying not to laugh? That's mad disrespectful. I'm watching the stream right now.
Oh! Oh, that's unfair. Bastards.
Hey, Grant, look at my icon right now.
I see your icon. I see you trying not to laugh right now. I'm struggling. I am having great difficulties, and you're just over here trying not to laugh.
You're making it very hard.
The nitro jumped up in front of me. Oh, thank you for the... And it got wasted, like, immediately. It got wasted in, like, the one part that I didn't need it being done. So... Oh, there we go. Oh my god, I was right there. Okay, that was painful that I died so close to the end there. We were right there! Ta-da! Digging it. Can you dig it?
Oh, you dig?
Have you seen the picture of, Oh, what? Oh, he's got spikes around him, so I have to jump him. Have you seen the image of, Elvis Presley? I don't know if it's like a color edit, but they essentially like had him like with the red undershirt and the white jacket, and it's like, you don't understand, mama. I gotta protect the Tojo clan. So good.
Whoa, mama. Did you know that Tiger Trap negates all damage, mama?
I love how there's people that are just like, Kiryu can like, you know, tank the God of War Kratos because Tiger Drop negates all damage.
Yeah, it's true. It's canon. Why do you think Kratos hasn't gone to Japan to defeat the Japanese gods?
Oh my god.
Because Kiryu's there.
It's not necessary. Ah! Fuck. Annoying. The dash forward thing, like, broke my concentration. I thought it would keep going, but...
Kratos would be looking at Kiryu like, please, Kiryu, I need this. My boy is kind of hopeless.
So... There we go. Okay, I don't understand, like, the difficulty of, like, the stone head guys. Damn it, that was a waste. Well, that one was actually useful, because Yeah. How I didn't get hit? Oh, thank you for having a question mark in front of the, or checkpoint just after the question mark thing. I swear to you, I know how to navigate the controls on Crash Bandicoot. I'm not terrible. But I will be real with you. It is going to be, like, if I do find the time to, like, stream, like, in the near future, because, you know, I don't know where I'm going to be living in the next, you know, 2 weeks, so... If I do, like, in the place that I need to be in next, like, know where I'm going... Ah! Oh, nice. Damn it! If I know, like, if I'm gonna be in a place, like, 2 weeks later, and I'm still gonna be able to stream and such, you betcha I'm gonna go through the rest of, like, Crash Bandicoot, and then also go through, Uncharted. Because, Lord knows, like, I did not grow up with, like, you know, the what's-my-whoosy era, the, the PlayStation like side and what have you. So I'm very curious, like what the era of Ooh, actually, hang on, let's see. Can I do this?
My brother swears by Uncharted, but I've never played it.
Neither have I. Hence why it's going to be a very interesting. There. Let's see. Do we get it? Oh, okay. Here.
Whenever I remember Uncharted, I always remember that one fucking meme, like, Tom Holland, man, I want to talk to your bitch ass. Because, you know, the movie where he was played by Tom Holland, named Rick.
Yeah, alright. Oh, god damn it! Because, like, it looked like there was a way to, like, you know, jump up to, like, the higher level via the what's-my-whoosy, but I didn't get it right. Because, yeah, the jump's, like, really big, so...
You know who else is really big?
Mom. My mom's a sweetheart. Mama Zeebs is, like, she a bit, like, you know, old, like, a little dated with her, like, math and what have you, but, like, you know, she a sweetheart. She means well.
I'm a Kappa lesbian.
Hey, look at that! There we go! After I just got it right. Damn it. Well, I know I only have, like, one opportunity to do, like, the big jump thingamadiggy, and I've got the, you know, thingamadiggy down to almost perfect. Go. Here we go. Oh, they're not there! Damn it! I could have had some real good, like, what's-my-whoosies. That would have been some real good level ups, and now, damn it! Oh, shit, a B. Fuck! So I have to, like, get rid of the B then, I imagine.
Something along those lines, I imagine.
Yeah, I can't go on the left, because that... Alright, here we go. What the... How do I...
Inflation.
I don't like that inflation. That's not the inflation I like. That's from infection and shit. Like... Instantly stung. Like... Okay, so it's literally just go far enough where you don't have to deal with... Damn. There we go.
God, one of my wisdom teeth is like pulling up a nerve. And the nerve is like poking out
I got
onto my
just
gum.
past it and
And it hurts like a
Damn it.
bitch.
Oh, and I have to do that twice now. Oh, okay, so slide jumping is kind of important. No! You can still run, Crash, even if your hands and feet are inflated. Come on.
That's kinky.
Here we go, here we go. There we go. I don't exactly have a good solution to avoid that bee at that point there. Oh boy. You too, I'm having issue with your wisdom teeth. You have to see a specialist tomorrow to see how many kidneys and how much of my liver I have to sell to get the two problems removed. Oh shit. Why is dentistry so difficult?
Why is dentistry difficult here is the question. We got like fucking we got healthcare and shit. And still dentistry is like a private thing.
No.
Oh, you know what it is? It's because we're an English colony and England hates their fucking teeth.
Yep, shit. Oh, thank Christ. Right. And then, please give me a checkpoint, please. What the? Weird.
People are slandering Wooklamon on my timeline. This is unacceptable.
Alright, so I have a way of protecting myself from the bees now, it seems. Keepers, it's Mega GrantZeebs. Hi there, Brazilian Dutchy TV. Welcome, welcome. It has been a hot minute. How go? No! I need my muscles. What do you think you're doing? Alright, good news. We have a checkpoint.
That's what happens when they put a needle in you.
Go.
My god. Twink titties.
Oh,
beyond
they look
fathom.
terrible. Oh, yes! I remembered to do the slide thingamadiggies. That's good. Oh, shit!
Damn, you just like dunked yourself into the hole.
Look, that wasn't by choice, okay? Like, I have to run away from a fucking bee or things. No! God damn, these bees are gonna be the death of me.
Yes, they are.
Because, like, you can't spin them, you can't... I wonder if that's a speed strat where people just be like, you know, rushing their jumps like that.
It's likely.
Because yeah, after spamming that, I was like, oh, that's a little bit better. Ozempic Zeebs? I remember 2 years ago, I was like, oh, could I get on Ozempic? Because I used to be like a very fat fuck at 150 kilograms. But the GP was like, let's try some dietitian and physical therapy before we put you on Ozempic. And so I decided, and so a dietitian put me on the shake diets. And that honestly has like kind of been a really quick and easy one for me to follow because, you know, my dumb brain doesn't know how to regulate my hunger very well. So by just trying to keep myself to breakfast, lunch, and dinner as the shakes, that works a lot better. And I just need to make sure I don't have an absolute no good, very bad day where I feel like the only way to have any sort of dopamine hit is by eating a lot of hamburgers. But yeah, other than
See,
that,
the hamburgers are for me, because I need to gain weight to get more titty. Which is hard when you have Crohn's disease.
Have what disease?
Crohn's disease. It is a autoimmune disease that fucks with your bowels and your stomach. Just your entire GI tract is fucked.
So you don't... So you can't, like... So is it like a lot of foods are going to be painful, or just some foods?
A lot of foods, but like sometimes shit just like doesn't like commit to digestion. Just like, oh yeah, you decided you wanted to eat a food and gain sustenance. What if you didn't? So, how funny would that be?
Just need to try and eat as much peanut butter as you can.
That's not a bad idea. I can make some peanut butter cookies like.
Because like peanut butter, I feel like is like one of the densest of the caloric foods.
I've heard that corn like is a pretty good staple.
Oh, god damn you. We love a beefy boy.
Like the American Homeboy that I did the like the image of me as an American said that if you want to bulk, go for fucking like cornbread.
I need to remember I don't need to do like the
hard to make.
I don't need to like this one's the hard one to time. And I've got no more health, so I'm gonna need to be extra careful.
Gluten-free, how dare. I love gluten.
Oh, that was fortunate.
It's my sister that doesn't like gluten. She's celiac.
There we go.
Like my bread dough.
Damn it. Alright, down into the bonus area we go. Oh.
Not to talk about straight man topics, but did you see that Paddy got laid out?
Who got laid out?
Paddy Pimblett on the UFC.
No idea who the fuck Paddy Pimblett is.
He's a Scouser UFC fighter.
Damn it, can't get to that thing. That's a shame. But no, sorry, you're gonna need to remind me again who the fuck that is. Sorry, I was barely paying attention. I was locked into Bandicoot mode.
Nah, you don't really need to know him. He's just a fighter there, like. He got laid out, but he took it with grace. And you love to see that, because those UFC motherfuckers can be real fucking petty.
I thought you were always skinny. Many who have been heavy all their lives already are quite strong. There's an advantage for strength building, I guess. I wasn't... where's my brain at? Gotta wait for the thing to be used to... There we go. Like, I've been very, Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Oh, maybe I can slide into you? Yep. Alright, that's good. So sliding the rodents does help. Oh, I almost pressed the wrong thing. And I did it again. I love how he's just like sliding forwards and then backwards. But yeah, no, like the persona I have, like, definitely is just it's just a silly fantasy and is concocted on like the warped premise of like, oh yeah, ladies love muscles, right? That is not a common attractive feature I've learned over the years in the furry fandom, and has the very fun conversation of is like, oh, Grant's straight, and they're like, really?
Yeah, what are you talking about? That's literally you in real life. Persona is literally you. You know that?
Sorry?
Persona is literally you, IRL.
Yeah.
I can't believe you didn't know that. It's crazy.
There. Well, you know, because some people make personas as like, you know, just caricatures and what have you, like Taylor Matsumoto is, you bastard penguin. Like, Taylor Matsumoto was created as like just a caricature of like, you know, cyberpunk and like, you know, the joke from Community where Subway is a real person, so then that way they enrolled him into community college, so then that way they could have a Subway in the cafeteria.
Who's Taylor Matsumoto?
Taylor Matsumoto is a different character that was created with the help of Insomnia, like years and years ago for like a silly reason, or like just as a reason of like, oh, here's a character that isn't just, you know, GrantZeebs, for like other kinds of design ideas. So, but I don't use them too much, so they get used a lot by like more.
I'm not even gonna lie, I had to search that up on FA. That's a good fucking design.
Taylor Matsumoto.
Yeah, the bunny.
Yeah, they're not explicitly needing to be a bunny. It's just, you know, they got like the cybernetic like hologram ear, so it's just a case of like whatever kind of like, you know, hologram. It just so happens that bunny ears was like the most used.
I'm gonna keep it real. Taylor Matsumoto only got like one hit, and it was from James Arts.
From what?
The guy who does all the kissy lips.
You're gonna need to link me. I'm like drawing blank on who you're talking about. Sorry.
Yeah, I got you.
Ah, god damn it! I wanted nitro. There we go. Yay! Back to my normal himbo levels. Oh, thank goodness! I got myself another. There we go. I wanted that extra life. And there was an extra life there as well. I could have gotten if I knew how to. I don't know how to do good control on ice, so. Still got the best pick with Taylor. No, oh yeah, that's right. Moxie Doxy. That's another one. Oh, thank you, Cap, for the photo. No, there's more of Taylor Matsumoto actually than just that. So.
Gonna need to do some research.
Ugh. Oh, thank goodness, I was worried I was going to kill myself there. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. That was just a lucky hit there, but like the porcupine thingy-majiggy also went to the other porcupine. Go. Okay. Good thing. Your fursuit is so cute. Thank you, Brazilian Dutchie. No! Oh, god damn you. Yeah. And we're starting all the way back here now. Give me a follow. Thank you, Mead Marmalade. I greatly appreciate it. I need to remember to do more like Googling on like who you are and what have you, because name is just so fucking familiar. Don't mention it. Yeah. Okay. FA is probably the best place if you want to try find info. FA, got it. Okay, for whatever reason it didn't like pop up on my initial like, you know. Wasn't able to. Yep, that's all 31. Nice. So I get myself... So far, so good on the levels.
A genuinely first result.
Ah, Cap's already doing some Googling, I see.
Investigative journalism.
No! Oh, god damn it, that was a waste. I didn't make the jump like I thought I could.
It took me a bit, but I'm finally done with that.
Go. Alright, so Floyd, you. Go. Now you do that. Thank you, Cap, for the link. That will be very appreciative.
Now then, play binging of Babish. motherfucker.
Alrighty, here we go. Oh, thank goodness for a checkpoint. You're usually known as Mead in the other places. You had to add Marmalade because it was taken on. Ah, okay. Shame to hear about that, but Marmalade Mead is a good name. Go. Oh no, a nitro again. I did not like dealing with the nitro before. Oh no! Fucker! Is this your first time playing Crash? It is the first time I'm playing Crash. This is the first of Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Again, so... You know, I'm just doing my... I'm just doing my best, because I've never played, like, PlayStation games in my youth, so there's, like, a lot of PlayStation games that I have not played, and so it's a real easy, like, you know, option as far as, like, you know, what to play on stream that people would be interested in seeing me play, who, you know, may not be, you know, too interested in getting spoilt on games that they might be interested in playing, to play, you know, older games that I haven't played, that other people would have, like, a thing of nostalgia for, like, you know, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro. I've already played Spyro, though, so yeah. Go. Alrighty, now, let's see, can I... I've already picked up the life here, so... Alright, here we go. Yeah, I wasn't gonna test fate with that life. Especially since I've got to use all those lives in order to get through the next bit, which is where I was struggling in last. I was struggling here before. Damn it. Okay. Oh, shit. Come on. Let's not be panicky here. There we are. There we go. I played it when it came back in the day. Nice. Oh, goodness gracious. How did I not die then? That made sense. That's when I died. Go. Oh, I thought I didn't make a big enough jump then. Whew! Okay. Did it. Alright, I need to stretch. Cold hard crash. That was a difficult one. Not
It's certainly cold and it was certainly hard.
yeah. Ugh. Alrighty. Let's stop stretching. Gotta love ice out. Look, it's just something everyone has to make at least once, it seems, in all of these platformers. It's like, we gotta introduce an ice level. We gotta introduce controls where they decide to have you have momentum. Like you're playing an earlier game of Sniper Elite. Oh, you devious fucker. Look at that. They left Nitro, like, right in front of the thingamadiggy.
Very devious. Mischievously devious.
There we go. Oh, come on. That was honestly nutty that I was able to do that. What? Oh boy. This ain't gonna be good. All that experience wasted. Nice! I knew there was a secret up there. Oh, you are an asshole. Oh, I didn't think I was anywhere near that fire. Okay, cool, you're not gonna... I was worried that these platforms were gonna fall. Bonus time. It works like a little checkpoint for us as well, and we don't lose any health when we, you know, fail these, which is good. Darn you. Oh, you devious fuckers. Look, that's fine. Like, I got more Wampa Fruits, which means it goes into a level up, so I gotta be fine with that. It's just annoying that, you know, all them. Oh, didn't jump far enough. Nice. Oh, what is with this guy? What the? Look, you seeing this?
Not quite. I'm currently getting my ass handed to me.
You playing again? Oh, what the fuck?
I'm playing Isaac.
Where are you getting your ass handed?
Oh yeah,
to
I
you?
see it.
Like, they're all slanted, so you're just, like, slowly sliding, like, around and such, which sucks. Oop. Checkpoint, thank you. Alright, I'm glad I had the Aku there, because I feel like I would have been extra annoyed dealing with that monkey. Or that gorilla, or whatever that is. Also, the smell of my back feels weird. Alright. Ta-da! What is it that you're going through right now, Cap?
A Binding of Isaac.
Okay. The classic roguelike.
I love Isaac.
Never played it. Even when it was a Flash game. Of course. Yeah.
Isaac. Isaac. Come on, give me brimstone. That's not brimstone.
You don't like me when I do that, do you? And we're back to the beginning. Alright, so that's cool. So we can't like do a directional jump when like spinning in and out of this, but alright, that's kind of funny that like the bee somehow. Ugh. Hi there, Warhorse. Those remakes are good. They are good. They are very good. Now the unfortunate bit is they jumped in front of my face! That's not fair.
They do that.
And it did it again! I hate the Nitro for doing that. Like, you don't get the TNT doing that, but for whatever reason, Nitro gets to be different. go. Much needed checkpoint. What? Oh, okay, so he can...
Game over.
Yeah. Okay, so the guy with the mallet, he can do the whole, like, you know, whacking the ground and such, because he's, like, obviously hunting for moles or what have you. And I didn't even jump then.
How it goes.
Oh, I'm making some silly mistakes here. And I split too soon there.
God damn, the way I'm sliding around these fools makes me feel like I'm fucking Monkey Zenny.
I have not, like, after reading, like, Jujutsu Kaisen, I didn't have, like, much of any interest of, like, watching Jujutsu Kaisen, but, like, I love the, like, the meme references, like, the redraws that we've been getting. They're good. They're good fun.
I'm glad that now he is getting slandered to hell and back. He deserves it.
Yeah, of course. Ah, god dang. Oh, I'm back.
I'm loving how after the latest episode they're calling him pillow punches.
Good for him.
I'm not sure if that's good for him.
Nah, good for the community, I meant, not him.
Right. We all know that Naoya Zenin does not deserve anything good.
Zenin doesn't deserve anything good.
So true, actually.
Alright, much needed checkpoint. Thank you very much. Okay, good that I had the Aku Aku mask for that. Oh, come on. Nah. I'm probably not going to be able to get through this level tonight, quite honestly.
That's valid.
Yeah. Like, is there like a weird... I'm going to stand up for a little bit as well. I'm going to say, retry this level? No. We're going to go back up. We're going to go back to the save thingamadiggy. Just rolls, and he's just like, ugh. Alright. Hey. So many bees. So yeah, so the whack-a-mole guy, he can still, like, whack us on the ground and what have you. Which isn't great. Bees are best to, you know, hide from and what have you. I shouldn't have eaten so much on lunch to try and feel better. That's my mistake. But yeah, I honestly don't know the next time I'm going to be streaming, because, like, I'll be frank, it's probably not a good idea that I stream on the Wednesday, Friday, or Saturday, because, like, as I get closer and closer to, you know, the end of my lease and stuff like that, I'm probably going to be spending my evenings... Hi there, James the Wusky! Welcome, welcome! I'm actually just about to be done with streaming tonight, and I don't know the next time I'm going to be streaming, as I'm, like, still looking for a new place to live and what have you, and until I have, like, a lease application or something like that come back as successful, it's probably not a good idea to be, you know, streaming or planning streams in the evening and such, especially since like there's opportunities to go and look at rental options like after work or what have you, and you know, do the needful of like packing up stuff, because at this point, like, I've already packed up the living room, don't get me wrong. I've already packed up the like parts of the kitchen and what have you. My sister and my mother are going to be helping me on the Friday as well to pack up more things. Not this Friday, but like the next Friday. And yeah, it's either going to be packing up under the good news of we found a new place for me to live. They're able to, and we're able to be like a little bit casual with the packing and such, because I want to go for like professional movers to do the packing and the moving of a lot of the things, especially the big things. Meanwhile, like if it's the bad news, then it's okay, we have a lot of things that we need to pack and figure out what we can get rid of when I need to move stuff into storage, and either, you know, and I'm going to be like couch surfing and what have you while trying to find a place to live that's a little more into like my budget. And yeah, it's just going to be a very, very stressful February if that happens. I just honestly, I don't know what my future is. I don't know what it's going to be like for the next month, essentially. And I remember having a conversation with my sister like last night, where essentially ever since maybe 2014 or 2015, I have just been in like sort of survival mode for like a lot, like sure, or like during those years, it's like, I either had university doing the studying and such, but it was like, there was just all this kind of like emotional and mental baggage in my head for like the longest time, where I never had like a good, like other than last year, which I feel like is such a waste now, I never had like some like sort of consistency in order to like, do long-term savings or larger goals such as like, continued weight loss, better management of my body, saving up for a car, or for a home, or any of that kind of nonsense. The most I did last year was, while I'm trying to lose weight and such like that, let's, try and save some money on the side and such. And I didn't do a really good job, like, looking for new places to live and such, so I wasn't, like, stressing out 3 weeks to go in this lease. So, yeah, real crazy to think that for the last, like, 10 years, I've just sort of been, like, dealing with one crisis at a time, whether from a mixture of just not planning correctly, or shit happens in real life like COVID and like rising house prices that you're just sort of like, oh. So
all I want for Christmas is a housing market crash.
All I want for Christmas is to win the lotto. That'd be good. So still wouldn't solve all my problems, but like amazingly enough, chat, like sometimes money honestly does solve problems. Like this was used as like a joke in the Good Fortune like trailer where Keanu Reeves was playing as a low tier angel, so he only does like small miracles like getting people off their phones when distracted and such like that. And he went to this one person and it had his life swapped with another person, and it's like, I had this man's life swapped so then that way he could learn that money couldn't solve many of his problems. And his manager angel was like, so what did you learn? He's like, well, it turns out that money did solve a lot of his problems. And that's essentially where we're at right now. It's like, yeah, back in like the 1990s when money was being thrown left, right, and center, maybe we were in a state where we could have had the privilege of saying, money doesn't solve a lot of our problems. But with where we are now, the dot-com bubble, the housing crisis, the flow of generative AI, the uncertainty of the markets and, global financials, money, quite honestly, will solve a lot of people's problems. It pays for way too many things. It pays for bills. It pays for living. It pays for medicine and a lot of stuff. Like, gone are the days where you could be raised on a farm with minimum, like, sort of interactions with, like, the globalization and what have you. So, yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I sorry we're leaving on a bit of a downer, but like that's kind of where I'm at right now. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing for like the next few weeks in terms of streaming and housing and all that kind of nonsense. And as I always say to anyone that like raids and dashes or can't attend these things and all that, is that real life takes precedent is what happens. You gotta, like, this, like, doing the streaming thing comes from a, you know, an area of privilege more than necessity for me, which is that I'm not reliant on streaming for my livelihood because I have a full-time job, which what affords me to do it. I am not in a situation where, you know, this streaming would, you know, give me money to continue living in the place that I am now. The rent's just way too expensive, and it doesn't afford me into an office or anything like that. So, in order to continue streaming, I need to get my house in order. I need to get, you know, make sure I keep my job, make sure I have a place to live, a roof over my head, and some level of independence, so then that way I can have my own computer and what have you. So, yeah, so that's gonna be it. I'll see who is online and who can go and raid, so then that way those of you who are, like, still awake and what have you will have someone to watch. Let's see, who am I following right now that might be good for everyone? Let's see. We've got... You know what? I have not raided into Gwillem for a very long time. Gwillem is a really cool little streamer. They are a dragon persona. They've made their own... Oh, we can hope at least. That's kind of where I'm at right now, is just a lot of hope, lot of prayer, a lot of just, you know, continue looking at places, continue throwing my application in, so then that way I'm not stuck with rejections and what have you at the, like, you know, once February rolls in. But yeah, that is going to be it for us tonight. We're going to go with the short and sweet Himbo raid. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I will be using mine. And yeah, thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. Thank you, if you're still here, Zathium and Furry Romo for the raids earlier. I'm thankful for your community. I'm sorry they won't be able to... I don't know if I'll be streaming Wednesday. Probably not. So this honestly might be the last stream for a little while as I go on hiatus. But there's all sorts of people you can follow, like Gwillem, Cap, Kusaki. There's a whole community out there on Twitch. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And if I don't see you immediately in the future, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Good evening and good night.
In case I won't be seeing you. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.